competition coming in from Laos. And as for the Philippines, I feel like they have all these early game heroes. So if they can close it out, that would be really good for them. They really need someone here to scale up. And yeah, what better way to scale up than the Yisun Shin here of Choco yesterday? A lot of vision here as well for the side of the Philippines if they do go for the Yisun Shin. But yeah, they are gonna go for the entirely a dive composition here. Add the link to top it all up in the Philippines' composition. So for me, the Philippines, they know that, or they are confident actually that they can finish this early. So yeah, with their composition, they're confident with it. Then go for it. And as for Laos, well, you guys gotta hold out, right? That is the name of the game.
Yes.
Hold out until
Hold
the
out
very,
once again.
Yep. Yeah, that is gonna be the story here for these teams. I mean, there are like, okay, wow, there are three scaling heroes here for the side of Laos. You have the Sicilian, you have Kibi, and you also put in the Ola. So this is gonna be really, really dangerous for the Philippines when it comes to the late game. So as for me, my only tips for Laos is to hold out, get the stacks that you need, get the items that you need. And as for the Philippines, then well, you guys gotta end this early because
And this
you guys don't
fast.
really. Yeah, there is really. If you take a look at the Philippines' composition, there is absolutely no one here that scales. I mean, just Toshi, but I mean, compared to the lineup of Laos, it is very, very scary to go up against this in the late game.
Yeah, I'd agree that the Philippines composition is indeed an early game dive composition relying on those isolated clashes. On the other hand, Laos really wants to force a lot of team clashes as well as force a possible late game for their side. But you know how Docman plays. I've been telling you this a lot of times. He's really aggressive. He loves those isolated pickoffs. He loves those dives. You know, as you can see right now, he's still
Yeah,
going
they are
right after
going for-
3-man. Still going right now, and they'll
They're
actually
just
get
going for it.
the first blood. And it was very vital since they took out the jungler of Laos.
Wow, early game aggression. Even Rage is able to escape the dances coming in from Oper. But the Philippines, quite relentless on this show. You include all these dive setups, definitely they will play it that way. And if you can take a look, it is already giving Choco some advantage here. He's already rotating all around the map and therefore going for the gank here once again onto your name. And I feel like he will be able to escape that as Laos right now, they know they don't have that power spike. So Philippines will definitely use this to their advantage. And they are so far doing very well right now.
Yeah, and actually, the composition of the Philippines, they don't really have to rely on Choco to enter or to start those engagements. They have enough damage, enough firepower actually with Toshi. And Toshi's known for his good positioning and, of course, early power scaling capabilities as we've seen in the previous games. Partner it up with Rage as well as the sustainability of Kirk. I really think this would be a first game unless a miracle happens and Laos somehow, extends the game, shows discipline, shows relentlessness, yes. And I do believe it's possible, but as of now, with a 1k gold lead, controlling the map, controlling the pace, Docman continuing to give vision, as well as an uncontested turtle now for the side of the Philippines. Laos is really gonna have a hard time, especially since they're gonna really have a hard time catching this Ling. I mean, you really have to rely on the Sanguine Claws of what do you call it, Sicilian or the Falling Storm
Sicilian,
coming
yeah.
from Esmeralda or the Holy Blessing coming from Rafaela. But Ling is very, very versatile. It's really hard to catch him, especially if you have fast hands like Choco going in for Lelouch.
Yeah,
Will
going
he
for it.
survive? Uses the flicker, but Biston was there to support his support. Yes.
Yeah. Wow, Biston, really. Toshi on this Lunox yesterday. Absolutely devastating for the side of Myanmar. Was able to carry the game up until the respective gold laners can actually scale up, or their respective damage dealers can scale up. But take a look at Philippines. They are really taking my advice here. They are really going as far as to invading the jungle side here of Laos. And they are, like, Laos is just reacting right now. Take a look at the map. Take a look at how Toshi is just all alone there on the bot side. Whereas Laos, they're doing their very best. But seriously, the Philippines, they gotta stop all these dives. But hold that thought once again as Docman gets that isolation onto Oper, and they will be getting 2 kills under the scoreboard once again, as Laos has no answer to all this aggression. But of course, yeah, like what we mentioned earlier, it is definitely the Philippines' time to shine in these early stages of the game, and they are doing very, very well right now with
That was
how many gold lead is this? It's like 2K gold lead. So wow.
That was such a deep way of the dragon that connects against a sustainable hero like Esmeralda. And we do have to point out that the 3 times the purple buff for the side of Laos respawned, the Philippines was there to get it away
Exactly.
from Oleh. That's
Oh
a
man,
4-man
Dog
rotation
Man.
and another way of the dragon against Rafaela as Toshi will pick up the kill. And Rage isn't even over. He has that black shoes to pop up. But on the other hand, Shoko going right after Your Name forced to back away.
Look
Now
at
it's
those.
not just the purple buff. They also want to
They,
get the
they
red
go for
buff.
the red one.
They want to get everything away from Laos, but here right now, Your Name not in a good position. Good communications here for Lelouch to come back and support Your Name, but on the
Oh,
other hand, Philippines
good
will get
lord.
another
Look at Kirk.
uncontested. Yes, look at Kirk actually cutting the lanes right now.
Yeah, he
Up
went all
against
the way to the
Pika.
base.
All
Yeah,
the
he
way
went all
to the
the way to
base.
the base. Oh my god.
You know, Philippines right now showing that they are on a mission. They lost the previous game yesterday. They could have gotten it in the bag, but right now they're all focused. Maybe the management talked to them about, finishing the game before talking. But right now, I'm really proud if I'm the management of the Team Philippines. I gotta say, 5-minute mark, you got all the buffs, the blue buff, and of course the red buff, and you got all the kills. No
Here comes the
casualties yet
taunts
for the
again.
side of the Philippines. Look at Kirk. Kirk actually cutting the lanes against 2 heroes, and that's Miss
Oh.
Skimmy. Maximum charge will not be casted yet, but I think it will do enough to bring down Kirk.
Oh.
Yes, indeed. Maximum charge will bring down Kirk in the process. Too deep, a little bit of an overextend for the side of Kirk there, but on the other hand, Philippines will have a free push here in the top lane as they try to bring down the tier 1 tower here in the top lane.
I just really have to commend Docman and Toshi here. They are really doing such a great job. Docman with the isolations here on the heroes of Laos, and considering they don't really have that much of an initiation here, none other than Oper, but it is still pretty much the Philippines' ball game, and this time a little bit more disciplined. This time, Oper, there you go, with the way of the dragon coming in from Docman as they try to take in another tower, but here comes Lelouch, here comes Pikacat, but their power spikes aren't just there yet. There is the black shoes, but take a look at Kirk with the revenge on the bot side, taking down the stun. Oh, this is really, really nasty for Cambodia, or rather,
A
sorry,
little
for
bit more
Laos
discipline
this time. They are not having a great game, and the Philippines, they are just on a rampage right now, going in for the dive. Take a look at that. They don't even care if there are towers there. They don't even care if this is the jungle side of Laos. They just keep on going again and again. They're not allowing your
Laos
this
this
time.
time.
They
Oh my
are not
goodness,
having a
look at
great rage, even under their own tower. You are not safe as they go in for the full dive. Wow.
You know what's funny? Choco has the Cloud Walker passive to actually rotate fast, but Docman seems to control and be present in every map as he hits with the way of the dragon. Kirk, they're trying to zone out the remaining members. Templates of Blades will be popped up to escape. The taunts are now there once again for the side of the Philippines, but it's still an even ball game. Things can turn around, so I suggest just focus on the game and make sure to get the win as Oper will try to go for rage, uses the flicker, but Docman was there to delay, to knock up, and to stun. But on the other hand, Toshi's bursting capabilities again, showing and doing wonders for the side of the Philippines as they take down yet another Tier 2 tower here in the mid lane. Pikacat really having a hard time scaling up despite the presence of Lelouch here supporting Sicilian here the whole time. They just couldn't handle the dives, they couldn't handle the engagements, the isolated plays, and of course they couldn't handle Docman's way of the dragon.
Yeah, Toshi already with the legendary there on this Lunox 901. This is way much better than his performance yesterday. 901. And I think, oh, no, no, no. Yesterday, I feel like he can actually top it. Yesterday, he had a KDA of 15-5, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. But definitely on this Lunox, it's crazy. Like, Laos just let it go, considering the fact that they also have an Esmeralda, a direct counter. And how did we end up in this situation where the Philippines already got in 6 towers? And as for the goal lead, it's 10k. So Laos is just on really behind right now, and the Philippines knows this very well. And if they keep this going, it is really going to be difficult for the members here of Laos to get the items that they need. If you look at Pikacat, you look at Piston, Pikacat doesn't even have the lightning cruncher just yet, so it is like not yet the power spike that they want to have. 9-minute mark, so I feel like within 30 seconds the Philippines will definitely go for that Lord. But once again, they come here for the taunts. They come here with the confidence as well. The Philippines, of course, with only one loss yesterday, they continue their onslaught here up against Laos.
Yes, but it's despite their dive composition, when all the tier towers outside the base are gone and the inhibitor towers are left, it's still gonna be a hard fought win for the Philippines if they manage, to dive and to break
Yeah.
those inhibitor towers. Because Laos has the Cecilia and the Esmeralda who can turn things around, and of course, Biston getting items quickly here for the side of Laos despite the gold deficit for their team. But on the other hand here, Kirk is not afraid of 3 members from Laos as a 5-man rotation rather will go here at the top. They're trying to burst down Rage. Rage still has the black shoes, but to no avail. They wouldn't get the pick off that they need as they maximize once again the resources of Laos jungle. Now the Lord, were they able to take down the Lord? I could,
Yeah,
yes, they
they
did.
were.
Now Lord,
Yeah, it's that fast, really. It
Yeah,
is
was
that
that
fast.
bad.
They got the Lord. I mean, it's crazy. I told you the composition here of the Philippines is all about dives. It's all about getting the isolated pick-offs, especially since Laos here is on a scaling type of setup. So it is definitely the Chose Way of the Dragon. You also have the Tempest of Blades of the Ling
Oh.
to catch the heroes on the back line. But there you go, the
Oh.
shutdown. But at what price? That is so much resources
Oh.
taken down. But also, Toshi here on a rampage, still not stopping, taking down Pikacat, taking down Your Name, and with only Oper and Lelouch left to sustain here, will they be able to survive this tower lock, possible tower lock coming in from the Philippines? But, oh dear, Toshi is the name of the game. They are going to be able to end this with only Lelouch in the base as the Philippines closes this game in a dominant fashion, in a dominant entrance for day number 7. Wow, Toshi on this Lunox. Sheesh. Can I get a sheesh for this Lunox? Toshi, of course, the MVP for this game with a 12-0-2 KDA, going in for the full aggressive build on this Lunox. The Genius one, the Holy Crystal, and the Divine Glaive, absolutely ripping apart even the tankiest heroes here from Laos. And how did it end up in an 11-minute match? This was due to the aggression of Dogman and Rage on the purple side here of Laos, and therefore they were not able to give Laos here the space to be able to get the resources that they need. And eventually, it was just onslaught after onslaught from the Philippines. What a game, ending it with 23.
I love how the Philippines utilize their dive composition. They know they have the early game capabilities to actually take down every single member of Laos. So they did. They invaded the purple buff right away. 3 members went for the purple buff. They secured it, but they did not stop there. They actually got a first blood kill in under 1 minute. So that was an early game aggression. The Philippines showcasing all their talents. They really came prepared here to salvage their, I wouldn't say embarrassing loss, but unfortunate loss rather in the previous days. So the Philippines really came prepared. They wanted to solidify their dominance once again. And yes, Team Philippines, you did. 11-11 is the fastest game that we have casted here so far. Every single member of Laos had a bronze grid right after. But props to Docman and Toshi once again for performing as a dynamic duo. Yesterday they showcased their Cho and Matilda, who was very,
Yeah.
very, very
Uh,
dangerous. But now Toshi was on the damage end.
yeah.
He was actually the one
Toshi
dishing
Dogman,
damage.
right?
Toshi Docman combination is the new meta
Toshi
for the
Ray.
Philippines.
Yeah, wait, no, actually, even like Dogman and Rage. Actually, there is a lot
Yeah.
of possible combos from the Philippines, and I feel like there is that sort of hunger coming in from both the Philippines and Laos. But of course, Ingan, we're gonna be having another game right after this. But what a spectacular performance from the Philippines! And by the way, guys, we just like to let you know that there is an ongoing poll, by the way, on the Facebook Live. So there is the question posted: Who do you think will win? Game number one, unfortunately, it is already over. So for the second game, don't forget to vote for your favorite teams. Is it the Philippines or is it the Laos? And I just want to say, if you are rooting for your favorite teams here, don't forget the hashtag PHWin or hashtag Laos win. But who will win that second game? That is the question. But for now, we're going to head on to a short break. Before all of that, we're going to pass the mic on to Miss Aya Esmaria.
Wow, I have no words to what just happened out there earlier today. 10 minutes! 10 minutes! You guys keep breaking the records here. And I thought the fastest game we had was yesterday. But now Philippines against Laos. Philippines taking that win that was flawless, immaculate victory coming up against Laos. And I believe Ingan is right. From what happened yesterday, they are on the rampage. Like, they are adamant on winning this. We cannot lose again. We cannot lose this time. We have to keep that momentum and that ball rolling. And Philippines didn't put us to shame as they take that win against from Laos. That was flawless and beautiful. You guys made Toshi angry with a 12-0 score for the KDA. 12 kills, 0 deaths right there. Comboed with a Docman. Beautiful, beautiful. Chef's kiss right there. That was such an epic matchup. But that is not yet over for Laos, of course, because there is still one more matchup or one more game coming up in our first series. And we're getting through the day quite fast here. All right, and I know there are a lot of moments in esports like this and highlights and game-changing plays that we don't want to miss. There's so much energy, there's so much story coming from behind it, and for moments like that, sound is key to immersing yourself in the game. So light up your immersion with the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless. With 16.8 million colors by the Razer Chroma RGB active noise cancellation and its low latency gaming mode, meaning it's always synced with your games, you can always immerse yourself to the best esports experience that we all deserve. And speaking of Razer products, we have a lot of Razer merchandise that we are giving away. So let me just get my cheat code once again. I still haven't memorized because there are just so many Razer is giving away. First up, it was a Razer Hammerhead. That's a beautiful combination. The Razer head for the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless Pro. We've got our first winner going to Alex. And we still have 3 more that will be announced on the 27th. The Razer Phone Cooler Chroma, that's 1. The Razer Kishi, that's 2. And number 3, a bundle of Hammerhead True Wireless Pro, a Razer Phone Cooler Chroma, and the Razer Kishi, all of that combined. So go to Team Razer Facebook page right now, comment who do you think will win, and we'll pick out a winner from one of those comments to bring you home some of these goodies, deliver it right at your doorstep. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere? Yes, don't go anywhere, guys, because we'll be taking a short break as we prepare for game number 2 for the first series. Once again, this is Aya Esmaria, and you're watching Razer Invitational 2022.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
We mentioned a different lineup at the beginning of the broadcast, but it's actually Philippines versus Laos for our first series, and now we're diving into game number 2. Let's see if it's a stalemate or a clean sweep for Philippines once again. And then as for the second series, it's Myanmar versus Brunei, and then the tiebreaker for today. Everyone's waiting for this matchup. It's Indonesia versus Thailand. It's gonna be that crazy, and we saw how Indonesia outplayed Thailand there. Thailand, a powerhouse, a David and Goliath story. Indonesia as the underdog, rising and now becoming one of those powerhouses and becoming a threat to the Razer's Invitational. So we would love to see that, and you guys definitely should stick around for that one. But without any further ado, we're now heading over again to Philippines versus Laos. Let's see what's gonna happen here. So Burger Kim and Inga Nation tell us the story for game number 2 in the first series. Let's go. Let's get it.
Time to get that victory, of course. Well, the question is, who is going to be able to get this game number 2? Once again, this is Burger Kim and Ingan Nation at your service, of course, here at the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. And as for game 1, Ingan, a spectacular match, a very dominating match from the Philippines. And right now, we've already seen a lot of information about the team. So it seems like Laos really favors this Oleh's pick. But why should they kind of like change their composition a little bit, like have some heroes that can dominate in the early game and to balance it out with the scaling heroes? What do you think?
You know, they say if it works, don't fix it. But clearly, it doesn't work. So
Yeah, it
you
doesn't
have
work.
to fix it. Yeah. But you know, Laos still, a very very capable team. They can
Yeah.
easily adapt. But just like Indonesia, they was it Indonesia? No, Cambodia. Just like Cambodia.
Cambodia.
They really
yeah.
have their favorite picks, with that Johnson and Lunox combination. So maybe for the side of Laos, they really rely on, this Olus, despite it, not winning games, but maybe based on their experience, it's really
Yeah.
effective for them, or maybe in the region, it's their meta, so they want to stick to it. Maybe it was just really a bad game for them, or just maybe a lot of different factors here to think about. But if you're in a competition like Razer Invitational Southeast Asia, those factors really matter and you really have to adjust. But we all know Laos is a very capable team, so we're gonna expect some, ample changes here to maybe go 1-1 against powerhouse Philippines.
Yeah, speaking of changes, the Philippines is now going to the blue side, which means we're going to be having, or rather the Philippines will be having the honor of having the first pick here in the second game. And speaking of the Philippines, by the way, yes, me and Ingan are actually from the Philippines, but of course, these two teams are very much capable, which is the reason why they're actually here in the Invitational. We really want to see Laos pop up so what do you say this? Like, it is, I feel like they have something up their sleeve. They just really can't bring it out yet. And as for the Philippines, they just continue how they are able to play in the first game. And I feel like this can definitely go their way. But as for Laos, I feel like they have to shake things up, like shake up their composition a little bit, because for game number 1, there was just too much scaling heroes that couldn't deal with the early game aggression of the Philippines. I mentioned that earlier, like there were like 4 heroes or 5 heroes, actually the entire composition of the Philippines earlier could definitely dish out that damage in the early game. And knowing the Philippines, they can definitely close it out early. Once again, the Eve, the Fanny, and of course Laos taking out the Selena and the Lilia that had a spectacular performance. My goodness, I don't know. Okay, Rage, the man, the mid laner here for the Philippines. There are just so many heroes that they take out for Rage, but he always has something up his sleeve. Like earlier on in game number 1, we saw Laos fanning out the Veil, right? But it still didn't work out. But the Philippines, of course, being very consistent here, the E of the Fanny and the Lolita once again for Laos not to have that sort of crowd control, not to have that sort of any setups for them to be able to dominate. So now the Philippines, of course, starting it out with the Matilda that was banned out earlier on. So Laos right now, maybe, just maybe, okay, go for something different. Esmeralda, Paquito would be good here. Paquito, Cecilion, these are powerhouse picks. So yeah, go ahead for it. But oh,
We stole the
interesting.
show!
Well, I think in this case I mean, Dogman is already on the Matilda, so I feel like they don't think the Philippines is going to play that EXP or Gold Lane show. But yeah, this is something new from Laos. This is what I was saying. They need to have that a little a sort of shake up when it comes to their lineup. Okay, now they have heroes to dive as well, but of course the Philippines, yeah, spectacular performance on this this Lunox of Toshi. So yeah, definitely go for it. This is virtually the same lineup that they had in game number one. So I'm gonna be expecting still the same aggressive plays from the Philippines. You include the Matilda in that equation, it is going to be fantastic. I feel like Laos can go for the okay. I was gonna say they go for the Sicilian because they already have the Cho, they already have the Kufra. So okay, they want to fight fire with fire. Okay, if you guys want to go aggressive, we'll go aggressive too. So Laos, go with those first three solid picks right now. And of course, still no jungler for the Philippines. Perhaps Paquito or maybe even like Heroes of Choco is going to be the target here of Laos as the Hayabusa will be banned away. And as for the Philippines, I feel like they can take out the Sicilian here. Sicilian, the Kagura, or perhaps the Heroes to limit out the mid laner here of the side of Laos.
And I was actually gonna say Laos wants to fight fire with fire, but instead of fire, they want to fight dive with dive as they get the Cho, Kupra, and of course the Lancelot. So it's gonna be a lot of isolated clashes once again.
Yeah.
This game is gonna be hard to cast because I know both teams want to be the aggressor here. Laos actually proving that they can adapt and of course showing their versatility by going instead with the almost always banned Lancelot. And Lancelot, the reason why they banned Lancelot, we saw it yesterday. Although they lost, they were able to steal the Lord against 4 opposing members. So that's you really have to watch out after Lancelot, especially since Laos also got the Kufra and the Cho. It's gonna be hard to catch Lancelot. As of now, you only have the Circling Eagle from Dogman. So this is going to be an intense game. I don't know if this is going to be a fast game, but for sure it's going to be an exciting game.
Oh, definitely an exciting one as here comes the bans from the Philippines. But who, for the very first time, I know the Harriet has been buffed in this patch, okay? Harriet has been buffed up pretty well, and we're gonna be seeing it in the gold lane, okay? If I'm not mistaken, not unless, okay, Pika Cat goes for something different. So maybe, just maybe, this is a Harriet gold lane, but the Philippines, oh my goodness, they go for the very first time as well, the Nana. And I know people are shipping. Okay, if you guys are on TikTok, they are shipping Nana and Harriet, but this time they are going to be going up against each other. I don't know if you've seen that, the Harriet Nana tandem, and it's so popular on TikTok. But not so much about the tandem here, the lore. But my goodness, the Harriet and the Nana that will be put into play here for game number 2. And yeah, I was actually thinking Choco goes for the Yisun Shin, since there is a lot of setups here or a lot of surprises coming in from Laos. But I am liking this. Okay, Laos showing us that they are also someone that you guys have to watch out for. They can also bring out these picks like the Farsa, the Kupra, and the Cho, so they can fight fire with fire. This is definitely going to be a blast. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. And we do have a poll, by the way, in the live stream. So who are you guys rooting for? Philippines or Laos? Do let us know. If it is the Philippines, hashtag PHWin. And as for Laos, guys, hashtag LaosWin. And let's get into it. Let's get into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between the Philippines and Laos. And let's take a look at the laning phase, shall we? Ingen, first time actually, Farsa. Wow, in the mid lane.
Yeah, I really love Laos' composition right now. They really want to control the clashes with that Zaman Force, as well as a lot of CCs there coming from the bouncing ball and an AoE damage with that Farsa. So Laos really wants to control the game, really wants to control the clashes. And now Laos is turning things around with Lelouch going for the invade against YSS, giving Choco a very hard time in his own farm, as the flame shot will be casted there to try and steal that buff. But on the other hand, Toshi versus Biston here, who will get the first blood between the two gold laners. Surprisingly, Toshi, despite the Harriet buff, is actually winning the game against that Harith. But on the other hand, we have Rage and Docmed being very aggressive rather against Your Name, continuing the pokes, and of course that the nano skill, I forgot what that name, I think it's a Molina rather,
Yeah,
but
it's a
Docmed
Molina,
not
yeah.
in a good position here right now, but Kirk continuing to zone out the members of Laos. You know, I really have to give it to Kirk. He clears lane fast and he knows what to do right after. He goes for the vision, he goes for those invades, he goes for a lot of zoning capabilities here for Kirk. But on the other hand, Cho is actually doing the same as a two-man rotation, will fall down here and trying to burst down the stun.
Yeah, if you guys can see, the passive here of Rage has already been popped up. If you see the round thing, that means the Rage does not have his passive just yet. But whoa, Pika Cat going super aggressive here onto Rage, but he just might be punished. Oh my goodness, the bait from the Philippines actually takes down Pika Cat, and of course that was definitely a win for the side of the Philippines. Again, this early on, you don't want to give the Philippines such a snowball lead. We've seen this in game number 1. So as for Laos, just have the safe space to take in all the resources that you need and then go for the clash.
That was a good outplay for Rage, using the flicker wisely to create distance against Farza, as YSS will be forced to pop his ult. Docman not in a good position here in the middle of 3 members, as the Tyrant's Rage will be casted and connects against Docman. Docman here trying to walk away. The Zaman Force is indeed available as well as Farsa's ult, but on the other hand, they focus instead on going for Kirk, because Kirk is such a mess to be handling it with right now. Yes, Farsa doing a good job damaging Kirk, but on what expense? They actually did take down Biston here in the bottom lane thanks to Kirk's distractions, rotations. Farsa was forced to go in the mid lane, leaving Biston vulnerable there as they take a kill. The Way of the Dragon will be casted here, but on the other hand, Shoko will be forced to respawn to help his XP laner. Will Opper get the chance to take down Kirk? I think
my
no,
gosh,
he will turn
Kirk!
things around as a circling eagle will not connect against the bouncing ball. Farsa continuing to dish damage against Kirk, but Your Name is right there to survey the scene. Will he enter? It's really hard to enter against a Uranus as well as Docmed's Matilda. Rage actually here. Will the Way of the Dragon? No, actually it's Nana. Sorry, I'm getting dizzy right now with the Philippines fast rotation. It's hard to determine who's going for who. But right now, Kirk,
Your Name.
Your Name will go down as Kirk, Docmed, and Rage went there for a roller coaster ride. They really wanted to take down Your Name, not settling for damages. They really want to go for the kill as Circling Eagle will connect against Pika Cat. Pika Cat will be forced to bring out that flicker,
the
but
flame shot!
the flame shot perfectly casted, perfectly aimed, perfectly bringing down Pika Cat.
Oh, did you see that? I feel like Rage is also a Selena user. Did you see how on point that flame shot was? Taking down Pika Cat for the second time. The Philippines, most of the time here, I see Laos, they are trying to go for the engages that the Philippines did in game number 1. Yeah, the dives, they have the Lancelot, obviously, the Cho, as well as the Kufra, but it doesn't seem to be working. There's always like a lot of baits coming in from the Philippines, but Laos doesn't seem to be getting any of the pickoffs. And if you see the gold lead, of course, favoring the Philippines this time, going to a 4K gold lead, getting in the Clock of Destiny here for Toshi. So that is going to be very detrimental here for Laos, as it is going to be possibly the Genius 1 here for Toshi. So just one dive here, it is going to be difficult for Biston, who just has the Calamity Reaper right now, and the tower will possibly go down. The Feathered Airstrike not enough to clear the minion base, but not enough to take down the Philippines. Again, another objective for the powerhouse here in the Invitational.
There will be a potential clash here in the middle lane as the Tyrant's Rage will indeed be casted against Docmed, but Lelouch, no follow-up right there as Shoko going in for the kill against Pika Cat. Laos forced to go back as Toshi dishing out a lot of damage against Lelouch, but on the other hand, Kirk went for the backline. The Zaman Force will be popped as well as the Circling Eagle. Biston not in a good position. Kirk still going right for the kill as 5 members of the Philippines still standing strong. 1 casualty for the side of Laos, but on the other hand, Doper with the Way of the Dragon and the Thorned Rose will do the job to bring down Toshi, but the the Philippines still having map control here and gaining this turtle buff uncontested. But on the other hand, Oper still going for Dogman. Dogman with a circling eagle. Kirk and Rage going for the damage. Not enough. They don't have Toshi here. And YSS was focused in the turtle, but the SS, the ult, will be popped by YSS. Good counter engagement for the side of Laos, but Philippines, luckily, they focus instead on the objective to take down yet another uncontested Lord. As Examined Force by Piston will be popped. Your Tyrant Rage will not connect, and they will actually bring down Piston. No, but the shield is enough. Piston turning things around here, but Lelouch will do the job and secure and save Piston there in the final clash.
Red team hero has been slain.
BK, are you speechless? Oh, right now Toshi still clearing out the lanes. I love what Laos did there. They knew the Philippines had to overextend, to get that turtle, that uncontested turtle for their side. So they really had to overextend, but in the expense, they had to lose Toshi in that clash. But on the other hand, here, Dogman very, very aggressive despite Lelouch's presence. Siren's Rage will be casted. It won't connect as Kirk continuing to deal a Feathered Airstrike will be casted, but Rage is there to stop, to prevent things. Way of the Dragon will connect. Not enough follow-up though. Kirk still focusing on the creeps as he brings
He's still alive.
the minion
He has the
wave, but
passive.
Choco says no right now, trying to deal a huge amount of damage against Lelouch and as well as your name. Kirk doing a good job. Phantom Execution will be casted, but not enough as a circling eagle connects. Laos forced to disengage, but Topper with the knock-up. Lelouch actually not in the position. Might be brought down by the YSS ult, but Philippines still going for it. The taunts are there right now. Feathered Airstrike to make the Philippines disengage, but they're not stopping. They want to bring down this tier 1 tower, but on the other hand, the Molina by Nana will stun Piston, and Toshi went for the kill as the Philippines will try instead to focus on the first Lord, an uncontested Lord, as the Laos will lose Piston in that clash. Tyrant Rage not enough to deal damage as Dogman not in a good position, but on the other hand, Rage and Kirk once again going for the backline, trying to zone out the remaining members. Look at Kirk's sustainability and the flickers. They're flashing again, the flickers, taunting Laos. Actually, I don't think it's disrespect that the Philippines does this. Maybe it's their mind games. You win the game if you win the mind game. So the Philippines continuing to taunt, continuing to bait Laos into overextending so the Philippines can go for the kill, like what happened a while ago with Rage actually taunting and baiting Pika Cat. He didn't get the kill, and Choco got the kill, turned things around by killing Farsa in that clash. And the Feather Airstrike will be casted here. Not enough to zone anyone. Kirk still going at the front and back line for the side of the Philippines.
Yeah, just really sustaining all the damage. Like, he's taking all the Tyrant Raids, all the knockups, and even the possible Way of the Dragon here of Oper. So right now, the Philippines is a little bit more disciplined when it comes to taking in the towers. Right now, we can see that they are on the separate sides of the map. Philippines really going for the more objective base. This is what they lacked yesterday, and of course, we all learned from our mistakes. There are definitely no losses here, but definitely always learning right now. And speaking of, the Lord is still alive as Kirk goes all the way and takes down your name, and he's still not stopping at it. He's still going for it, but here comes the sustain as well from the side of the Philippines, and they will be backing away as the Feathered Airstrike there will be casted by Pika Cat. But Philippines already got in the inhibitor tower here, for looking to further push forward as one more proper team fight here for the side of the Philippines will definitely do the trick here to get the base here of Laos.
Yes, the Philippines did lose Lord in that clash, but they have a Lord for themselves. Kirk still sustaining every single damage. The Zaman Force was popped. The Way of the Dragon was popped. Concussive Blast passive was popped. But still, Kirk is standing strong. Saved by Matilda. Feathered Airstrike will be used to defend the base, but not enough to dish damage. They don't have the CC that they need. Lelouch is still there, waiting for him to respawn. But on the other hand, the Philippines full on aggression. And Kirk went for the backline once again. Good Good ult by Rage there to actually stun a lot of people. Zaman Force will be casted towards Outliers Rage, but it's not enough to control the remaining members of the Philippines. They did take down 3 and no casualties for the side of the Philippines as they take down an inhibitor tower. Will the Philippines go for the GG push? YSS not in the picture here. Your Name trying to burst anyone that they couldn't see to deal the damage that they need. The minions are going in for the kill as they take down Lelouch. No, Lelouch will live. Feathered Airstrike used once again to zone the remaining members of the Philippines. I mean, you're inside Laos base, yet you kill 3 without no casualties. And the most important thing is Kirk is still alive with full health.
Yeah, he has the Dominance Eyes already as well as the Oracle. So no one really has any counter towards this Uranus of Kirk. There is no Necklace, there is Dominance Eyes. But you know what? With the sustain he's getting, with all the stacks that he's getting on this Uranus, it is just really, will you really put out all your ultimates just to take down Kirk? Like, I feel like that is not a good answer from Laos. They should be taking down Raze, they should be taking down Toshi. But of course, the Philippines goes for the Lord as Rage, gets another. Here comes the Thorn Road, here comes the Phantom Execution, but it is going to be Your Name taken down for the price of 1, which is Toshi. And the Philippines is not stopping just yet. Take a look at that. The Lord isn't even on the base of Laos, but of course, this time the Philippines, with a very, very calculated aggression, they will be securing in the victory as Pika Cat will not be able to do anything anymore. The Philippines closes this game, or closes this series, with a 2-0 up against Laos.
It was a
Wow.
very, very fast game. Once again, BK, Laos thought they could fight fire with fire, but they ended up getting burned in that final game. Although there were a
Yeah.
lot of good initiations, there were a
Yes,
lot of counter
indeed.
engagements for the side of Laos. But come on, Kirk, 4-1-8. Let's take a look at Kirk's team fight participation. I mean, he's pretty much an inhibitor tower himself, standing in place of
I
the
feel like he
inhibitor
soaked
tower
up
of
so much
Laos. He
damage.
soaked up so
Yeah.
much damage.
Can you see the data?
Every single ult. There was the time that the Zaman Force was popped up, the Feathered Airstrike, as well as the Way of the Dragon, but Kirk was still standing strong and still going in the backline,
Oh,
trying
man.
to dish a lot of damage. Look at that team participation by Kirk.
No. Look at this damage taken. 56%. Holy cow, that is so much damage. Like more than 50%. Like it makes so much sense. Kirk was going like into the base of Laos, and at the same time, he was just soaking up all the Feathered Airstrikes, soaking up all the Zaman Force coming in from Biston, and even the Thorn Rose coming in from Your Name. So it just makes so much sense. But really, Dogman is the tank here. But who is that? Who is the tankier one? Like, it's Kirk, 56%, obviously soaking up a lot of damage. But of course, you have to give it to Dogman, Toshi, and Rage as well in this game. Good game, well played for the Philippines, closing the game this time with a 12-minute game up against Laos.
I mean, you anger the beasts, and they will show why they're considered beasts. The Philippines proving once again why they are a force to be reckoned with. Credits also to Laos for going up against a good team. Laos is actually a very good team themselves. They actually, despite
Indeed.
losing the game, Laos was actually able to prove that they have the versatility, that they can go toe-to-toe with anyone standing in their way. So props still to Laos. I mean, they went fire with fire right there, and they stood their ground despite losing the game. So that was a good win for the Philippines, but also a good performance for Laos.
The Philippines, of course, yesterday, despite the lapses, despite the miscommunications, and the super aggressive plays, this time we can see the Philippines a little bit more controlled in terms of their aggression. They know when to go in, and they know when to disengage. And that is something you really learn whenever you want to come back from a loss. But of course, congratulations to the Philippines for securing this series with a 2-0. But don't go away, guys. We have so much more games here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. But of course, before we head on to our break, we have some more exciting surprises, of course, brought to you by Miss Aya Maria.
Surprise! It's me again. I hope you don't get tired of this face. It's now, I think, day 10 or more than day 10, day 10, day 11 for the entire Razer C Invitational, and I'm still here standing strong like Kirk, no matter what life throws your way, whatever ult was thrown at you. I'm still standing strong like Kirk. I think I have an answer for Kirk. Kirk is immortal. Kirk is Kirk never dies. What kind of a
So this means that Myanmar is preparing for an on all-out brawl here up against Brunei. And the main problem here for Brunei is not their composition. Yes, they have the damage. You can see it from their items. Lightning Punch already for the Sicilian, the Endless Battle as well, and the Wind Talker for Kopi. So the main problem here is there is just too much dives from Myanmar. Like really, when it comes to the dives, if you can see, no one dies from the tower dives. It's because it's either PS, Benno, or even Black tanking in the tower damage, right? And then the main damage dealers just go for the finish up against the very squishy heroes coming in from Brunei. So I feel like they just have to stay on the defensive side a little bit too early, a little bit of overextension. Once again, trying to get in the buff, but oh my, Myanmar on full aggression as the Lord is still up for the grabs with Kirin, Yub, and Kopi just left to defend. I feel like this is going to be a total pandemonium as Myanmar closes this out or gets the first game in a dominant fashion, as dominant as the first series we've seen today. Ingen. Let's take a look at the post-game results. Obviously, it is PS on the Spagito with a 909 KDA, taking in all the objectives, going in for the dives, the wombo combos, and was able to secure this victory for the side of Myanmar. But of course, we can't forget Gumi's Lunox as well. He is taking inspiration from Toshi that had a fantastic run on this Lunox as well in game number 1. But I just have to commend the lineup here of Myanmar. It's because of the dive setup that they have. They have a lot of tanky heroes as well. They just really are able to do the kills. They are able to do in the damage whenever they go in for the dives, and it is just wow. Look at PS's tower damage. His team fight participation is just all over the place. And you know what, I can no longer say anything more about Myanmar's performance, but it was as close as we could get to the Philippines' first game, closing this game as well in the 11-minute and 33-second mark. So really, Myanmar and the Philippines, the two teams you have to watch out for in Group A.
Yeah, I actually thought that they could defend that first Lord there. But the problem is Agility had no business to be there in the red buff, trying to get the red buff alone. Good stun there coming from High Loss, and they were able to take him down. Ever since that, it's going to be a landslide win again for Myanmar. So miscommunications are a key here, are a big factor in the Invitational, as well as, early draft picks and all that. But you have to give it to Myanmar. Benno just constructing, going right after the backline. A lot of initiations, a lot of isolated clashes, as well as the damage coming from Gumi. You mentioned that he took inspiration from Toshi. Yes, they did. Actually, their whole playstyle, they took inspiration from the Philippines. They know they were up against a Sicilian, so what did they do? They turned on the early on aggression and went for the buff right away.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Myanmar once again, cleanly executing that dive composition. But that was just the very first game, guys, and Myanmar is just giving you guys a glimpse of what they can actually do. This is also a force to be reckoned with here in the Invitational. But for now, guys, we are going to be heading on to a short break. But of course, Ingen and Burger Kim will be right back, as right now we are going to be passing it on to Miss Aya first for her thoughts on that match, of course. Miss Aya, your thoughts?
Thank you, BK and Ingen. And Myanmar actually takes the win in game number 1 of our match 2 or second series of the day. So don't worry, there's still going to be game number 2. Let's see if Brunei takes or retakes that glory and win from Myanmar. But let me just give you a short background of what is happening here in the Razer C Invitational. And I would have to agree with BK and Ingen that Myanmar is now one of the teams that you should watch out for, a force to reckon with, especially alongside with the Philippines right now, because Myanmar was actually the one who took the win and removed the title of undefeated from the Philippines just yesterday in our final series. Philippines was undefeated until yesterday up against Myanmar. And also, let's not forget how Myanmar took that clean sweep from Laos on I think the day 2 of the entire Razer C Invitational, and whew, another threat added into the fold right here, and we're gonna see more of them actually. So don't go away yet. And I just want to squeeze this in. I know a lot of us here are rising. A lot of the teams here are rising esports star in the industry, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of you viewers right now wants to be in their place as well. It's also your dream to be playing for a top tier team, right? And if you're looking to be the next mobile esports star, of course you have to be ready. Not only your skills, but be ready with the latest in technology like smartphones, headset, and yeah, everything, all of the peripherals to keep you on top of your game. So, what about cranking up your iOS and Android device with the Razer Kishi Universal Gaming Controller? Gain unhindered controls for your mobile phone games with its clickable analog, thumbsticks, and ultra low latency gameplay. Get it for your Android and iOS. What are you waiting for? Make the move now. Become the next esports star. We're all cheering you on. Thank you for watching the live stream, and the battle continues for Myanmar and Brunei in our game 2, but we'll be taking a short break and see you back again in a jiffy.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Sige. Hello and welcome back. It's me again. I is Maria. Time check. It's 6:02 p.m. here in the Philippines. Even our casters are representing the Philippines right now. And welcome to the Razer C Invitational 2022. I hope you had your quick dinner or snacks or bring in some spice because there's more spice that's going to happen in our game number 2 for the second series. It's still Myanmar versus Brunei. So for those of you, for the sake of those people who just came in the stream, first series, we've got Philippines go up against Laos with an epic win there, a 2-0 clean sweep. Second series, first game, that was Myanmar versus Brunei, and Myanmar takes the ball for that one. Let's see if they're gonna keep that ball or they're gonna pass it on to Brunei. We're gonna find out soon as our casters, VK and Ian Nation, come in and unveil just the story of game number 2. Again, this is Myanmar versus Brunei. Let's go!
Thank you so much, Messiah as Maria. You guys are still watching the Razer C Invitational, and you still got Burger Kim and Dengan Nation at your service. And like what Miss Aya said, we are going to be having the second game between Myanmar and Brunei. Myanmar already getting 1 point up against Brunei. So right now, Brunei really needs to step up or bring in those secret trap cards right now, because we are going to be heading into game number 2. Earlier on, Ingen, we had a spectacular performance from Myanmar, actually doing in those aggressive tower dives. So do you think, once again, will it be like the Philippines and Laos? Should they fight fire with fire this time?
Yes, I do believe. Actually, there's always a common trend. Whoever starts the game, whoever starts to win in the first series, the succeeding series, the winning team will actually copy the strategy. So now Myanmar actually adapted the Philippine strategy of being aggressive on, especially if they're up against a Sicilian. Brunei actually had the Sicilian, had the Esmeralda, but they just couldn't handle the early on aggression of Myanmar. Beno's Yuzhong was a very vital element to their victory, but let's see how will Brunei respond.
Yeah, I feel like there has been a lot of respect bans up against Benno's Yuzhong, so I feel like Brunei can possibly take that out in the first banning phase. But as of now, definitely Brunei can use this to their leverage for the second game. They have the advantage of getting the first pick.
Your team
But of
is
course,
banning.
still, I'm gonna be seeing this. This is quite the similar situation we've had in all of the games so far. It has been very consistent. Yeah, the Selena, the Valentina, and the Glue. So there's sometimes that we actually see the Valentina, the Glue, and the Selena being opened up. It did pretty well. So I think it all matters to like the entire team composition, right? Like let's say earlier on for Laos, they had so much scaling heroes, they completely forgot how to have like those early
Always on
game
the way.
advantages. So I
Your
feel like
team
there
is
should be like an
banning.
equal balance between that. The early game, you have someone in the late game as well. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, right? But of course, yeah, since it is going to be Brunei that has the first pick, Myanmar denying them already of the Matilda, like actually forcing out Brunei to take out all these comfort picks as well. Perhaps like I really think it should be the Yuzong or maybe even the Beatrix in this case. There is actually a lot of heroes that PS can use. Early on, we also saw the
Your
Lancelot.
team
I was
is
talking about
banning.
PS. The comfort heroes here of Myanmar should be taken out, and still good call for Brunei to take that out. The Lancelot, since I see that their
Your
pattern
team
is
is
more on
banning.
the scaling types of heroes, the damage output heroes. So it is a good call to ban out that Lancelot.
This is really a hard banning phase for Brunei, as like in Cambodia you have a lot of specialty heroes for DCAT and C7 with that Johnson and Lunok. So if you ban it out, a lot of meta heroes will indeed be open. And for the side of Myanmar, they're really utilizing this Yuzhong. Brunei still not going for the ban against Yuzhong because indeed it will open up a lot of meta heroes. And Myanmar, with the second pick, they can actually steal more than one, two in fact, meta heroes if Brunei proceeds to respect ban Myanmar's comfort heroes. So it's really a chess game early on right now in the drafting
Your
and
team
banning phase,
is
as
banning.
Brunei will actually pick Glue as their last ban for their side.
Yeah, it is actually quite surprising that Brunei is banning it this way, since they do have the advantage of getting the first pick. So they could have perhaps banned out a comfort hero here of Myanmar, but I feel like it doesn't really make so much sense right now. I feel like whatever you give Myanmar, they can really perform with it. So the Glue, the Valentina, and the Lancelot for Brunei. And as for Myanmar, the Matilda, the Selena, I'm thinking perhaps something along the lines of Hagenity's heroes, or maybe even Kirin, or maybe the Cecilion here could be taken out, or the Lilia, since this is the first banning stage. So most of the time, you pick up heroes like the Pos 4 or the Pos 5 heroes. So yeah, I feel like Myanmar should put those
team
heroes
is
into
picking.
consideration, but it is going to be the Paquito, perhaps, because I don't think that is one of the priority picks of Brunei. So now they can pick up something along the lines of, let me see. Ooh. I feel like a Sicilian would still be a pretty much a great pick here for Brunei. They've been trying to play it for a couple of times, but I'm not so sure if they wanna really go in for something different this time. Really, Kaja might be a little bit too early. Could be in the second stage of this first banning phase, but I feel like they're really taking their time thinking about what to put out, since Myanmar can really adapt to whatever picks that they have, and it's might actually be the Edith coming through here for Brunei.
Yeah, I actually agree that they can pick up that Sicilian, but so far, especially in the previous series, we saw that it's easy to counter Sicilian right now as long as you have those dive heroes and you start with aggression plays showcased by the Philippines and Myanmar in the first game of the second series. So now Brunei knows that fact and decides to go instead with the Edith. Although they can still get Sicilian to secure the late game, it's really hard to focus on the late game when you have such a dominant Myanmar squad with those initiations, with those
Oh,
early
that's a very
invades in
good
the
pickup.
purple buff. Yes, oh my Jenny once again picking up the Lilia, and if you partner it off with
Your
the
team
Lolita,
is
no, they
picking.
decided to go with a gold laner right away for the side of Myanmar. Good pickup, good two pickups for the side of Myanmar, and let's see how Brunei responds.
Yeah, the Clint is a great pickup here for Myanmar, especially since it is also one of the comfort picks here of Kopi. So what I think is Myanmar is they limit out the possible heroes here of Brunei, pick up Brunei's own comfort picks, denying them of that. So it is actually quite smart by picking up the Clint and picking up the Lilia. So now Brunei going for the they are going for this. They are going for the Eve and the Edith. So still a very good lineup here. The front to back is also seen here. So perhaps could be a Fanny coming through here. I mean, there is CC, is also range here, but no, they will be going for the Yi Shin instead for the Vision. So, with that being said, despite the fact that Brunei has Vision, Myanmar still, yeah, they want to go for it. They want to go in for those dives if they do get the throw. And yeah, I did mention this earlier. I mean, instead of the glue, Brunei could have picked up the glue in the first phase, then ban the comfort heroes here of Myanmar like this Zong that can totally deal with this Eve. Wow. They completely forgot about Benno's Yuzong that had a very fantastic performance in game number 1. So still pretty much the same vibes coming in from Myanmar.
Benno once again with that Yuzhong pick, that ever so reliable Yuzhong, easily bursting through the front and back lines for their respective teams. And I do understand the Esmeralda ban here for Myanmar. They actually had a hard time against Esmeralda, despite not having the enough damage rather to burst out the opposing team. The Falling Star Moon was actually, connecting for more than 2 times against 2 or 3 members for the opposing side. So Esmeralda, really good ban here for the side of Myanmar, and let's see how Brunei will respond. Myanmar still not having a jungler here, but there is still a Hayabusa, there's still the Fanny, a lot of junglers available here for PS, and we all know how versatile PS is as they banned the Cho right away despite having Yuzhong as the frontliner here for Myanmar.
Yeah, because I think Myanmar hovered over the Cho earlier on. That could go to black. But the Lolita is pretty much still available for Myanmar to grab up here. Especially the potential for great sets. Great Numenor Blasts could be great here for the lineup of Myanmar. Also, perhaps a Kufra could work. Could reach the back lines here. But the main problem is there is the Edith for the side of Brunei, so that is going to be a little bit harder for Myanmar to do the dives. Early on, yeah, there was CC, there was Esmeralda, but with Edith, there could possibly be counter sets coming in from Brunei. But now, it is going to be the Uranus for the final ban here, as Brunei also should limit out the possible junglers here. Hayabusa, I would agree. The Lancelot's already out. Ling, Fanny, these are the heroes that Myanmar can possibly pick up right now because yeah, they could totally go for it, but I feel like it might be difficult to pull off a Fanny if Myanmar does want to go for the Fanny pick. I mean, they can pull it off, knowing how aggressive they are, but I think with the lineup of Brunei, it might be a little bit harder to do that. So maybe something along the lines of a Ling or a Hayabusa could be really, really difficult to deal with, especially since you are a Yi Shin, you also have a Eve here for Brunei, so yeah, those are the possible bans here coming in for the side of Brunei. But ooh, the Lolita. Yeah, I mentioned it would be good for the lineup of Myanmar. So this is forcing Black to bring out something different. Maybe the Kufra. I'm thinking of some possible setter tank here. Yeah, Kufra would be the next best option here for Myanmar if that is the comfort pick of Black. Or Cho is already out, so I feel like those are the possible options here for Black to take. But yeah, Hayabusa is open, right, Ingen? And Myanmar takes it.
Hayabusa further solidifying the dive composition of Myanmar. I love it. I love it. We have the AoE damage coming from Oh My Jenny as well as the Wiggy Shadow Kill coming from Hayabusa. But you cannot forget Gumi. Gumi actually the vital element here for their previous win against the Philippines.
Yeah.
Gumi going
with the Beatrix, right?
Yes, under the radar, just going right straight for the base of the Philippines. The Philippines had the chance to get the Lord. They were able to pick off the jungler of Myanmar, but they just couldn't stop the push of Gumi. So far, loving the composition of Myanmar. As you mentioned, they can actually go for a Fanny, but decided to go instead with the Hayabusa. Actually, Brunei
quite interesting
with the Harriet and the
they have 2 dives. Yeah, they answered out to the dives of Myanmar. So the Lapu Lapu is, known as the king of the EXP lane, not until like all these new heroes came up, right? So Lapu Lapu is still pretty much a solid pick when it comes to the EXP lane. Then you add up the Harriet to go to the gold lane. That will go head to head here with Gumi. So Myanmar Going for the Ruby. Yeah, Ruby would be great here. Ruby would be great for some setups, but the thing is you need to reach the back. But I feel like Myanmar already got it covered. You got Benno to deal with Kirin's Eve, and you got Black to go for to deal with the heroes that can dive here from Brunei, which is the Edith, which is the Lapu Lapu, as well as the Harriet. But once again, you do have the late game insurance again, once again, coming in from Brunei with the Harriet. That has been buffed up, by the way. There was a new patch yesterday, so I feel like the teams are really maximizing this new patch to be able to make their lineup work to its fullest potential. But now we are heading into game number 2. Again, we have Brunei and Myanmar for this very final game of the series. Myanmar already leading with a 1-0, so let's see how this will turn out. Myanmar has a lot of their comfort picks, so will it be the same results, Ingen, or will it be Brunei actually
I'm not
putting
sure
up
about
finally
same
the
result.
reverse card?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I know this will be a very, very aggressive Myanmar team once again. They secured that Lolita. Lolita's been performing well here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. Lolita known for turning things around as well as the other setter tanks. And in the hands of Black, Black can do a lot of his own black magic to turn things around for Myanmar. But on the
Black
side
magic.
of Brunei, yes, Black Magic indeed. Another surprise picks, but so far it's 50-50 when it comes to surprise picks. For the first series, for the first 2 days, surprise picks were indeed the main instrument to secure a win. But so far in the second day, third day, fourth day, you really have to rely on the current meta. We don't know, but we know now we're gonna have a very,
Yeah.
very exciting and beautiful game as Black showing early on aggression here against Dol. Dol, despite being attacked here, getting a lot and dealing a lot of damage for Brunei. But on the other hand, Benno and Lapu Lapu. This one, I'm not quite clear who has the upper advantage here between Lapu Lapu and Wuzhong. Your thoughts, BK?
Yeah, the Lapu Lapu can definitely go head to head with the Yuzong here in the EXP lane. But wow, Myanmar really. The thing is, you know how they can pull off this early game aggression. You see their composition; it is built on post. Oh my Jenny on this Lilia, they just keep on poking heroes like Dal, heroes like Kirin, forcing them to back away. Therefore, giving them the space to actually, go into the jungle side here of Brunei, denying them of the possible resources that they can get. But already Hajinity, this will be a difficult gold lane as well. I mean, if they are having an okay time up in the EXP lane, Hajinity or on the Sahara will not be having a great time here as Doll goes in for the knockup onto Black, but still has that flicker in the nick of time to escape that. It's just mostly pokes rather, coming in from Brunei and Myanmar. So who is going to get the upper hand when it comes to the poke? I feel like Brunei is setting up once again a death brush here as the Mountain Shocker will be committed as Doll on the bot side getting the first blood for Brunei this time.
Despite Myanmar getting an early position there in the bot lane to try for a potential dive against the gold lane Harris and of course Edith there, but they just couldn't seem to do it now. Before, earlier on in the first game, they could actually, go for the purple buffs, go for the invade, but right now they really can't do it because of the potential backlash that they'll face because they have the Edith, they have agility here with the Harriet also. So I love Brunei's team composition more compared to the first game. It actually counters out a lot of dive heroes here for the side of Myanmar. But on the other hand, Brunei is actually being able to rotate right now freely, and maybe this is their game. They're liking their style so far. They were able to rotate here in the top lane, no casualties so far, and they got the first blood, although Myanmar got the first turtle there. There are no casualties, and they're actually fighting fire with fire right now as Doll will go down. The Primal Wrath will be casted, but enough to back away. But on the other hand, the pokes coming from Oh My Jenny will bring down Doll there in that clash as well. Kirin trying to poke Oh My Jenny. Hajinity here in the bush right now. Will he go for the Zaman Force and eventually kill Oh My Jenny? But then I'm offended coming from Black will not do the trick. Although it connected, it wasn't enough to bring Hajinity down. So Brunei actually being able to fight fire with fire right now despite the dive composition of Myanmar.
Really, oh my Jenny, I just have to commend her the way she rotates, like this is really what you this is someone that you need, a support that rotates fast. Did you see how fast her response was on the bot side, actually taking down Doll? And speaking of, oh my, Jenny and Black, they are rotating here to the bot side. Perhaps they will be trying to gank Kajinti here on this Harriet. It is still pretty much not yet lethal in this 3-minute mark, so it's still easy to take him down. But on the top side though, Kopi goes down under the hands of PS. Still, Myanmar, of course, they know this. They started the fire, and they will definitely continue this one. But this time, Brunei, a little bit better than the early game, or the earlier game, or game number one rather. It is much better when it comes to the composition. But of course, you have to watch out for Myanmar's aggression as well. They can definitely fight this out, as Dahl will pop up that primal rat, as the real world manipulation will not be able to connect to anyone, as they will safely disengage from that.
A bit of a slow reaction and rotation for the side of Brunei, but an overextending play then for Edith right there, as they were able to easily burst him down with it. I am offended, as well as the pokes coming from Oh My Jenny. So that led to a 3k gold swing for the side of Myanmar, as they were also able to take, they weren't able to take down any towers. I believe the tier 1 tower in the mid lane is still intact right now, but so far we haven't seen anything coming from that Lapu Lapu surprise pick. But a good Earth Shatter will knock up 3 members of Myanmar. Kopi trying to re-engage, but the pokes coming from Oh My Jenny is just too much to handle. Look at the damage coming from Oh My Jenny. Kopi actually had only a little life left as the Black Dragon form will connect. Real world manipulation, not enough to burst down anyone. Weaky Shadow Kill will do the job to bring down Yumba. Yumba's able to escape there. Kopi trying to re-engage, but Edith as well as Lapu Lapu will be forced to back away, as well as the discipline coming from Myanmar decided that 1 kill is enough, as they were able to destroy a tier 1 tower here in the bottom lane, courtesy of Gumi.
Yeah, Gumi taking down Hajinity. Earlier on, we see Dahl rotating to the bot side, but with the clash, with the aggression of Myanmar, forced him to actually go to the jungle side here of Brunei to assist the team. But right after that, it was a good call with the range here of Gumi. Not yet for Hajinity. He hasn't reached that power spike, so it is actually a solo kill on the bot side. But here comes the aggression once again from Myanmar, and the I am offended from Black just catches Dahl and unable to do anything right after that, as the Mountain Chakra right now, Ingen, will be committed here by Brunei just to check in on the locations here. But if you can see the lanes, it is going to be a little switch up here as Hajinity goes to the top side. But once again, an all-out brawl here on the mid side, as Kieran will pop up that real-world manipulation. But Benno with the answers, with the knock-up, as you will take down as Benno will take down you, rather. I got a little confused there. So Dahl right now popping in that primal rat, but take a look at Oh My Jenny and Benno. They don't even care if there's a tower there. That is 4 members down for Brunei with no casualties on the side of Myanmar.
That was actually a good knock-up play for Benno over the getting 2 or maybe 3 there in that final clash. But you also have to give credit to Black starting those initiations. I love those I'm offended, actually forcing Dahl here to use the Primal Wrath to escape instead to deal damage. So Black here doing an excellent job for the side of Myanmar, controlling the pace, controlling the rotation, and as well controlling the crowd, since he is indeed a CC hero. And look at Oh My Jenny's resiliency, and he's just so brave. Despite being a mid laner, he's actually leading the front lines right now for the side of Myanmar, continuing those pokes. They know they have that black shoe, so that's why he can actually, be what do you call that? Be mayabang in Filipino. I forgot the word, but he's just standing his ground right there, trying to lead Myanmar here in the front lines, as Myanmar takes another objective here in the top lane, bringing down the tier 2 top lane. But we see a possible bush play here for the side of Brunei. Conceal play. Will they be able to take anyone? Black Dragon form will be casted. Weaky Shadow Kill to burst down Hajinity there. 4 members experiencing the wrath of Hajinity, as Karin will go down there with the Uwigi Shadow Kill coming from PS. They will try to take down the tier 1, a tier 3 tower here, inhibitor tower here in the mid lane. As they do it, the Mountain Chakra will be casted to make Myanmar back away, but instead it was actually a spot for them to refocus their attack on this inhibitor lane. Actually 8 minutes and you're already turning down 2 inhibitor lanes. Look at the gold lead coming from Myanmar, almost 10k. Brunei forced to back away and stay in the base as early as 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mentioned that they should have considered banning Benno's Yuzong, really. I mean, the dives. I mean, this guy on this Yuzong already for 2 consecutive games. They could just go on the full aggression, and right now Myanmar just really, really limiting Brunei to their own base right now. You know, you guys just stay there. And the main thing here for Brunei is there's just so many heroes that can zone out Brunei, and then therefore the main damage deal is just free hitting everyone here from Brunei, and they can totally go in for the tower dives. And this is really early. If they manage to finish this right now, this will potentially be the shortest game ever for today, as the Mountain Shocker and the real world manipulation once again misses out with the flickers coming in from Myanmar. But Myanmar says, okay, let's go in to be a little bit more disciplined this time. Let's not overstay there. Here goes the Lord take, and I believe this is going to be completely free from the side of Myanmar. Take a look at Benno, really. He's not even on an Esmeralda. He's using this Yuzong, and just like his presence there. Look at that. He's just going to clear the waves, and all the members of Brunei just backs away from that. Like that's how how much of a threat he is.
Actually, it's not just 2 games with this Benno Yuzong. It's actually 3 straight games for Benno to use this Yuzong. The first game was indeed against the Philippines, as the recall party rather will pursue here. I love how they just disengage and focus instead of the Lord, because they expended already the Black Dragon form as well as the Black Shoes coming from Oh My Jenny. So they really respected, you know, Brunei's defense capability to actually burst them out there if they overstay there in the base. So Myanmar showing discipline, as you mentioned here, to actually play it safe, and you know, from an aggressive play style, they actually resulted instead to a more safer play, going in for that Lord. Not yet a Luminous Lord, the first Lord in fact. Actually, very fast game. This is the first Lord as his concealed play, as well as the Black Dragon play with an eye of vengeance coming from Black right there, getting 2 in that final clash as the Lord continues to burst down this tower. Oh my Jesus! No, not oh my Jesus! Oh my Jenny! As well as Black with a beautiful concealed play, and I am offended catching 2 off guard. Oh my Jesus Christ!
Okay.
What a 2-0
officially
for the side of Myanmar.
I can officially say this is the shortest game for today. Take a look at that. They didn't even reach the 11-minute mark. And speaking of oh my, definitely oh my Jenny, definitely the MVP for this game. Stats do not lie. 507 on this Lilia. And if you take a look at her items, it is mostly on the cooldowns. As you can see, she was able to spam her glooms, her bombs, dishing out so much damage up against Brunei, therefore giving Benno here and Black the opening to go in for the dives, to go in for the setups. But ultimately in that last clash, really they could have defended that, but it was the conceal play coming in from Black. Super nice, I am offended. And there you go, Benno goes in for the knockup strike and the petrify, solidifying their grasp of the game. 16-2 for this game, the shortest game we've had today, and as Myanmar closes it out once again, showing their dominance here in the Razer C Invitational.
That was actually a scary final clash for the side of Brunei. I mean, a concealed play, Black with that Ruby, I'm offended, catching 2 in that clash, as well as a Black Dragon form on the left side. So you really had
just so much to handle, right?
Yeah, so much to handle. All you can do is just go back to the base, accept defeat, raise the white flag, and just, you know, Myanmar's a really good team. There's no embarrassment here in losing in a very, very good team, especially with Myanmar's playstyle and of course their performance. But come on, you have to give a lot of credit there to Black and Benno starting things off. Despite not so aggressive start, they were actually able to contain and control numerous classes. 99%, I'd like to say 99% of those clashes were controlled by Benno and Black. So props to Myanmar. Yes, props to Myanmar for finishing off the regular season with a bang.
Yeah, with a bang indeed, because they got that 2-0 clean sweep right now up against the underdogs, of course, which is Brunei. You guys had a fantastic run, but of course you got to hand it over to Myanmar this time as they close it out once again with a clean sweep. But for now, we're going to be handing it over once again to Miss Aya Esmaria.
Thank you so much, Ingan and BK, for telling us the story of game number 2 in our second series of the day. Again, that was Myanmar versus Brunei. And I kind of saw a reenactment of what happened between Philippines and Laos earlier, how Philippines towers were all intact and Laos got wiped out there. It was the same thing, the same spirit that transferred back into the Myanmar versus Brunei series, where Myanmar here takes a clean sweep, a 2-0 against Brunei. Looks like another Titan, another powerhouse rising here in the Razer's Invitational, and soon they will be clashing against each other in the semis, and everybody is excited for that. And I think one of the biggest factors that makes them a good team is that they know how to do shot calling. They have proper communication. Communication is always key to organizing your team, and it can totally make a huge difference in how you play your games. And that is why the sound of esports is unleashed with the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. Can you see how awesome, how sleek it is, how the matte black finish and all that jazz is just amazing because it's light in the head. It's like you can't feel anything. Like I can sleep with it and not know that I'm still wearing the Black Shark. It is that light, so long hours of wear is pretty much comfortable with this headset. And very good mic, it's hyper speed wireless connection, hyper clear mic, everything hyper, even our casters is hyper. If you want to be hyper like them, definitely Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. Woo! And also, let's not forget the noise cancellation. So taking esports level to the next level. From level 1 to level like 1000 or 9999 or infinity even. But anyways, that is a wrap for the second series. We are closing it off for Myanmar and Brunei. Congratulations to Myanmar and Philippines once again for the clean sweeps. And I think this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Personally, I'm waiting for this because Indonesia has shown so much, actually sown so much of that reputation in the Razer's Invitational. I mean, on their earlier or previous games, their performance was like, okay, they were getting stalemates or they were getting zeros at the time. But then Indonesia started becoming a force to reckon with, like a tidal force, like a storm that basically swept out the regions. And now versus Thailand, who is another force to reckon with. And I just can't wait to see this fight. I just can't wait. And that is why you must grab your popcorn as we have a short break. Come back here with the popcorn. Any flavor would do. Maybe some spice to spice it up like our matches tonight. So thank you. And we'll see you back again in 5 or 10 minutes. Whichever works.
Make it clap. Make it clap.
Rooftop party to get naughty. Go, 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 go.
here in the Razer C Invitational 2022 MLBB edition. My name's Aya Esmaria, and we are back for more action for you. We've got Philippines versus Laos at the first series with Philippines taking a clean sweep against Laos. Second series, it's Myanmar versus Brunei, and Myanmar taking another one of those flawless victories against Brunei with a clean sweep themselves at 2-0 again. And today is the moment we've all been waiting for because we promised a tiebreaker during the week. Here is our first lineup. It will be Indonesia versus Thailand. You know, these are the moments where your countries and your regions need you the most. So keep cheering them on. Make sure that your presence is felt here in the chat. Just raise that flag high. Let them see that you come here for your show of support and love, and that you'll just be here the entire time. They're gonna need you more than ever. Their fans, their own countrymen. So I hope you guys stick out with us. And again, this is presented to you by Razer for gamers and by gamers, and of course sanctioned by the Sea Games Federation, and also hosted by Tier 1 Entertainment. Thank you so much for making this event happen. And let's keep the ball rolling tonight, because I know we're waiting for this. We've been bracing ourselves for this. I can't wait. What will be the turnout between Indonesia and Thailand? Two giants clashing, pitting it out, duking it out tonight. Here's Inga Nation and BK to tell you the story of the final game for tonight.
Thank you once again, Miss Aya Esmaria, for quite another energetic introduction. So if I'm getting this correctly, BK, correct me if I'm wrong. Group A has Philippines and Myanmar for the semifinals.
Yeah.
And Group B, Vietnam is already in there. It's gonna be between Thailand and Indonesia for the second spot here in the Group B as we approach the semifinals. Am I correct? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
So,
Let's see if that will actually happen. But Inga, I think these two teams, they've gone head to head already before, and yeah, this was the time wherein I remember we talked about this backstage. We were like, oh, you know what? It could actually be Thailand, because they have been performing very well in the group stages, and Indonesia really shocked us at that 2-0 last time. So I feel like this time Thailand is a little bit more prepared for the surprises that Indonesia can bring out. And I think the major thing here for Indonesia, or rather for Thailand, is to close the game out. How will they close it out? I see that is mostly their problem. They have a great draft, they have a great start, but they have to close it out. That is really the biggest question for Thailand.
yes, indeed. Indonesia coming from a 2-0 sweep against Thailand. But Thailand, on the other hand, started the Invitational very, very strong, sweeping every single opponent above them until they faced Indonesia. Indonesia, if you all remember, we always highlight Ka's Esmeralda.
Esmeralda, woo.
Yes, indeed. Such a phenomenal performance for Ka there. But will his phenomenal and stellar performance be enough to bring down Thailand? Or will Thailand, along with their core Lois, solidify their dominance once again and get the second spot for the Group B stages and to go advance in the semifinals on this Saturday? So this is, in fact, guys, a do or die game for both teams. Whoever wins the game will advance in the semifinals along with Philippines, Myanmar, and Vietnam. So this isn't a championship match, but oh my gosh, it feels like a championship already. A lot of stake here between the two teams, as Thailand will get the advantage here with the first pick. Indonesia,
Thailand.
rather.
Indonesia. Oh no, it is
Indonesia.
Thailand. Thailand on the blue side. It says THA.
Oh.
So I see Flash 1 and Loy. So it is Thailand on the left side, just so you guys aren't confused. Thailand on the left side or on the blue side. And as for Indonesia, they go on to the red side. And it's going to be the Sicilian band, of course. Of course. You wouldn't want to go up against a Sicilian, especially if you are on a tiebreaker match between these two teams. But will there be heroes open here, Ingen? That is my biggest question actually. Remember the last time Thailand played, and the Selena was open, the Valentina was open,
But
and
even the
the
glue was
Farida.
open.
Yeah, that was a
Your
very
team is
crazy
banning.
game. Like really, all of the cool kids are out. They're out to play, and they were.
I
That was
remember
actually
that
a very,
cast.
yeah. That cast was just it feels like a brawl because
Your
there is just
team
so
is
much
banning.
action happening all around the map that it gave us like not a headache, but more of like, where do we go? Like, do we go to the top clash or do we go to
Mind-blowing.
the clash that's happening on the bot side? But of course, this time I don't think it will be
Your team
happening,
is
as the
banning.
Selena, the Glue, and the Valentina, of course, the top prio bands here in the Razer Invitational will be taken out. So yeah, perhaps the Fanny will be taken out here by Indonesia as their last ban here. Or perhaps
Actually-
they can leave that open. They can leave that
Your
open
team is
and
banning.
take
They
the Kufra.
respected
Like,
Ka.
yeah,
They respected Ka with the
yeah,
Esmeralda
with,
ban.
with her plays on that, with his plays on that Esmeralda. No, you just can't give Ka that Esmeralda,
Really can't.
especially
You
since
really can't.
you really can't. They will definitely pick it up in the first stages of the game. And as for Indonesia, will they take out the Matilda or a Lilia here for Thailand? But Thailand is also known to actually bring a lot of unconventional picks as well. So it's not just the Philippines, it's also Thailand that can bring out unconventional picks. And yesterday, Ingen, we saw the Granger jungler that seems to be winning games. So will we be seeing it once again this time? Or will these two teams in this tiebreaker match, do or die, like what you mentioned,
Your
will
team
bring
is
out
picking.
something new? So perhaps this time, if Thailand wants to go for the Eve, maybe they can set it up already. Like, there's a lot open right now. The
Your team
Phobias.
is picking.
Ooh, interesting enough, since the Esmeralda has already been banned. So this was the same pattern we've seen yesterday, and it has worked very well. The Phobias, so great for zoning out members. It's very wise of Thailand to do that. They take out Ka's Esmeralda. At the same time, it directly counters out the Phobias. So wow, Thailand with a solid first pick. But here comes Indonesia as well. The Lilia and the Matilda being picked up here. So there is no Sicilian for this game. So perhaps, just maybe, Ingen, this is a support Phobius, like what we've seen. Flash 1 on this Phobius, right? I mean, we've seen Flash 1 on a Eudora, we've seen Flash 1 on a Saber. Like, Thailand, really, you guys are rocking that mid lane support, like, with unconventional picks. I mean, where have you seen a Saber mid lane, right? That is absolutely crazy. So Thailand, really, you have to watch out for those surprise last two picks here. And as for Indonesia, they already have a solid mid lane, so they can
Your team
solidify it
is
further.
banning.
Yeah, with the Clint here, since they don't really know what Thailand will be bringing out. So in this second banning phasing, and we can perhaps see a Beatrix, a Brody, and a Pablo Gupa being taken
Your
out.
team is
Ooh, the
banning.
Eve. So they will still be taking that out. It is actually very difficult to go up against an Eve. Great zoning as well, and of course Indonesia, they don't want to give that kind of opening to Thailand.
Actually, I understand why Indonesia proceeded with banning this Eve because we all know Flash One. You mentioned
your
rocking
team
the
is? There you
Saber
go.
mid, right? As they
Yeah,
ban Fanny. It's really hard, to predict which hero Flash One will be picking. Although there is a potential Phobius mid, you still don't know because Thailand's
Yeah.
basically secret weapon is Flash One with those surprise picks, those counter picks. That's very vital for the side of Thailand. That's why I understand that they
Your
banned this
team
Eve
is
as they
banning.
also banned this Popol and Koopa. So far, it's already heated. This chess match in the banning phase. I love it. I love it for the last game. I'm expecting this game to go in the long
Your
game
team is
as
picking.
Thailand bans Hayabusa. So we will be
Oh.
seeing a lot of sustained players as well as a lot of scaling players here. They already have the Lilia as well as the Clint. And for the side of Thailand, they have the Pizza for the
Barretts.
early game sustain, as well as Hasaki for that Phobius.
Yeah, I feel like a Barretts would be good here to deal with the Ruby as well as the Paquito. But the main problem will be the Phobius here for the Barretts. So I feel like it would be great to pick up the Barretts for the jungler option, or the Ling would actually be difficult to pull off right now since there is a Phobius in the picture. So the Indonesia, they have to be a little bit wiser when it comes to the picks, but it is going to be Ka on the Yuzong. We've seen this earlier. Benos Yuzong just wrecking havoc. Although, as for Indonesia, Ka is more known or more leaning towards the Esmeralda pick. So we haven't seen much of this coming in from Indonesia. So right now it is definitely going to be a Ruby mid lane as Thailand. Perhaps the Lunox gold lane and the Kagura for Flash ones. So still pretty much it's the idea is pretty much there, but will they shake
Let
things
my
up with the
bullets
Granger
be the
on the gold?
nails in your
Okay,
coffin.
okay, so this will be Thailand is really, really making a stake right now. So if this is a Kagura lock in, so this is a Phobius
Flash
EXP
one.
lane.
Your
Yeah.
team
Yeah,
is
so
picking.
yeah. Okay, Flash one will take the Kagura and this Paquito. Will it be the jungler, or I feel like it will really depend on this last pick of Indonesia. So what's it gonna be for Indonesia? What is your jungler going to be? It's going to be difficult right now, extra difficult to pull off that Barrett. It is a great answer to the Paquito, a great answer to the Ruby as well. The Ling is still up. If you want to go the assassin route, there is also still. I mean, we've seen a Hellcurt in with Indonesia, so I don't know. But with the dives here, with the melee heroes, I feel like it won't really be good to have a Hellcurt. So I don't know. Indonesia surprised me with your pick. Really, there is a lot already taken out for Brand. So what is that? Yisun Shin, perhaps? Yeah, Yisun Shin. There you go. Yisun Shin, the option here for Indonesia. Because I was thinking it is between the Yisun Shin and the Roger, but with the Roger, it is actually hard to go in for the dives, especially if there is a Ruby on the side of Thailand. So pretty much spot on for now here in the tiebreaker match again. But with the lineups, still Thailand can pull off those dives really with this, and the Phobius to just this put everyone to a disarray here when it comes to the team fight. So wow, all I can say is once again, Agan, it is a Granger jungle. It's a Granger jungle. I have to just point that out.
Yes, indeed, a Granger jungle. Once again, so far, Granger here, 100% win rate as the main core
Yeah.
for any team that picks up Granger. But on the other hand, I'd like to highlight this matchup, between Hasaki for the side of Thailand as well as Ka for the side of Indonesia. Both teams are known for their early on aggression as well as their dive plays. They're not afraid to take the risk, not afraid to dive early on, not even reaching the 2-minute mark. They're already gonna dive here. But Hasaki versus Ka, they have dive heroes. So it's really gonna depend on who dives first, Is it Hasaki's Phobius or Ka's Yuzhong, and who's gonna do it exceptionally well for the side of their respective teams. So I really, really love to highlight Hasaki and Ka here in today's game.
Yeah, Saki and Ka, we expected a Phobius mid lane because they did actually pull off a Phobius mid lane. So now it is going to be Lois here on the blue side, as Nonkia and Maida, they know this very well. This is still a level 1 Granger, but you know what's the great thing about having a Granger as your jungler? You have the range, you don't really need that much mana, so you're really relying on your bullets. And as for people who haven't seen a Granger, it is going to be the first blood as Ka on this Yuzong is also absolutely lethal. The response here from Indonesia is just great. It's too much pokes, and then you include the dive from Ka using the Petrify to get the first blood up against Sandray. So it's still Indonesia. They are still on fire right now. I mean, we've overlooked this team plenty of times, but they are saying they are actually quite inspired right now by all the tournaments happening all around town. So Indonesia off to a great start as Brad is also now here on the bot side as Ka a little bit too aggressive here on Hasaki. This is going to be Ka definitely winning this round. This is a Yuzong going up against a Phobius that still doesn't have the ultimate. So it is going to be Ka definitely winning the lane matchup here on the XP lane.
Actually, Zanri was able to steal that grab away from Bran as the Death Sonata will connect the 3 bullets against Bran and Maida here. But on the other hand, Ka going for the aggressive slide. That flame shot will connect, but not enough to dish out the damage needed to bring down Ka. Now, I just like to highlight that the early waves, the first wave rather, as a Black Dragon form, will connect against Hasaki as well as Lois. But on the other hand, Granger with a Lord with a Turtle Spear there, and the Demonic Force will bring down Brand in that clash Wow, Thailand turning things around, and Hasaki's not
Here
even
comes
done.
Ka.
Going
Here
after
comes
three
Ka.
members of Indonesia, but Ka does not want to back down. The knockup, well, of course, will bring down Hasaki, but an XP laner for a jungler. Thailand still winning that trade, and actually they already won that since Lois was actually able to take the turtle
Yeah.
away from Indonesia.
Well, I do beg to differ. Yeah, Lois did get the turtle for that game, but did you see Ka? He was just, I don't care. You got the turtle. Okay, I'm gonna take you down. He actually went for Lois and got the kill on Lois. So pretty much Indonesia, they still know how to work this around their favor. So Lois right now standing at a 0-1-0. It was a good thing that he was able to secure in the turtle. But as for the clashes that always seem to happen in the objective side, like the turtle pit, the Lord Pit, I feel like Thailand just really has to watch out for Lois. All the Black Dragon, all the dives or the Black Dragon form that will be coming from Ka. He really knows who to target here. So Thailand really, really has to watch out for Ka's Yuzong. Not just the Esmeralda. You guys have to watch out for his Yuzong as well. So this man, Ka, on this Yuzong will definitely be the man when it comes to the clashes here for the side of Indonesia.
You know, this is actually their third time meeting in the competition, Indonesia and Thailand. So both teams know each other very well. That's why the respect band there for the Esmeralda as well. Esmeralda against Ka, and of course that glue against Hasaki. They really know each other well. But come on, Ka. You have to know that Circling Eagle will connect against Lois, but no follow-up rather. Izzy on the other hand,
there you go.
as Lois will bring down Matilda.
No black shoes.
Will be popped, and now Brad going on a full aggression force against Flash 1 and Zanri. Both teams will have to back away as the turtle respawns. And I was saying, you know, they played 3 times already. This is their
Here
third
comes
game
Ka.
battling against each other, but for some reason they just can't seem to contain Ka. Ka is still going for the full dive. A lot of tower
Yeah,
dives
he
there
is.
for Ka. In a 5-minute mark, as the Mountain Chakra will be popped as well as the Black Dragon 4. But come on, Izzy with a good 2 knockout against Indonesia. Izzy went for the kill, but
Here comes
Matilda
the Demonic
will
Force.
turtle. That's Sonata coming here right now. Ka not in a good position. Demonic Force will connect, but he will be able to stun the 3 members. But will it be enough to bring
Oh
down
my
Ka?
goodness,
No! Ka is still
He's
alive!
still alive! Man, with the petrify, all of those ultimates being thrown at him, he's still alive. How is this man still alive? Really? Festive, the emblem here of Ka is actually quite vital here when it comes to the clashes. The Festival of Blood. There you go. It gives him an additional spell vamp every time he goes in for the kill, which makes so much sense why he's doing all this dives. But here comes the dive also coming in from Indonesia. Once again, Lois is the target here as he will be able to escape. But finally, the kill with the Sha residue takes him down as Ka on a rampage once again, not using an Esmeralda. So I feel like in the banning phase, you guys just ban Ka, really. Like
Just
whatever
ban
he
Ka.
uses, whatever he's using, he is using it to work to his favor. Like with this Yuzong, really 3-0-2 right now.
Yeah, actually, that was also a good cast of the Mountain Shocker here for Brad, as he was able to dish out a lot of damage there for Ka to be able to take down Ranger, but they will also take down a tier 1 tower in the top lane as the certainly Eagle will connect against Zanri, but unfortunately not enough damage. Izzy here going for the counter attack. Both teams will disengage, and I would also like to highlight their Brad. Good instinct there, casting that Mountain Shocker. Granger was actually able already to avoid that potential death, but the Mountain Shocker did a lot of damage as the Yin overturn will connect, but not enough to sustain Maida as well as Nongkia here in the middle lane. But also good communications there for Ka to actually go in and make sure to secure the kill against Ranger.
Yeah, Indonesia and Thailand, if you take a look at the scoreboard, it seems to be a very even ball game. But you know what is making Indonesia lead this round? It is the dives coming in from Ka on this Yuzong that has already secured in the War Axe, going for the Dominance Ice. And speaking of items, Maida has already picked up the Ice Queen wand. So every time that Indonesia or Ka wants to go in for the dives, but I might be speaking too soon, getting punished there by Zanri with the ultimate coming in from the Ruby. And as I was saying, it is going to be vital. The Ice Queen wand, every time Maida will pop that, it will give an opening here for Nonkia or Ka to actually do the dives. Even the tower dives, they can definitely pull it off with the Ice Queen wand on this Lilia. So right now, Thailand, they are pretty much playing it the same game as Indonesia. So now they need to do the same thing that they did last time. This was actually their problem. They couldn't close it out. They couldn't take in towers. They are mostly concentrating themselves on team fights, but they need to get the towers as Indonesia one by one. They are taking it down. They also take down this mid-side tower. 3 towers down for Indonesia, and Thailand still hasn't equalized that.
Yeah, I actually agree. Thailand leading the scoreboard here with 6 kills to 5 kills against Indonesia. But for some reason, they couldn't, translate those kills into objective takes, as all the towers here aside. Yeah, all the towers for the side of Indonesia is still intact. Indonesia winning all those objective takes, Thailand winning the clashes. So it's really hard, to translate those skills into objective takes when you have like Ka here going in another potential invade here for the side of Indonesia, as Thailand will be forced to back away. Izzy not in the picture, trying to push the bottom lane there, as he will be able to successfully push the bottom lane. But on the other hand, Indonesia taking the tier 2 tower here in the top lane. Good decision to not actually go for the clash, but instead go for the objectives, as the Lord will respond here in 5 seconds. So that was a beautiful rotation there for the side of Indonesia, and now they set themselves up for a free and uncontested Lord take here, unless Izzy, makes a miracle set or a miracle play, knocking up 2 or more members from the side of Indonesia, and to actually steal the Lord from themselves.
Yeah, Indonesia now. Thailand, I feel like they have to contest this Lord, because that will give Indonesia again the opening to take in more towers. And as you can see, it is mostly Izzy doing the split pushes there on the top side. But with how Indonesia has controlled the map, it will be really difficult for them to go in for the team fights. They have to control the lanes, and right now they have to control the take here of Indonesia on this Lord. Here comes the demonic force. Here comes Ka as well on the backside, trying to chase down Flash One. Very isolated clashes once again coming in for these two teams, as Zanri will be popped down real low, as Brad and Nokia will fall back right after that. Zanri the only casualty here in the clash, as they still go for it. Izzy super low, and this is a possible once again dive coming in from Indonesia, as Nokia goes in for the final push, the circling eagle to take Izzy down.
Oh, Nongia's not actually done, going right after Flash One. Beautifully casted circling eagle to take down Izzy there in the final clash, as Indonesia will have the first uncontested Lord for their side. I do agree that a lot of isolated clashes. Ka and Hisaki doing their respective jobs, zoning out the damage dealers here. But it all boils down to who will hold on the most. And for the side of Indonesia, they actually did their job. What do you call this? Performing very well in the final clash. They know who to target, they know who to bring down. They were actually able to bring down Zanri there and forcing Thailand to disengage, meaning an uncontested Lord here for Indonesia.
Yeah, it was definitely uncontested, not the Luminous Lord yet still, but the way this is going, it will be still Indonesia that will dominate this one. And when it comes to clashes, Indonesia will definitely force out all the clashes, since all the lanes are there. You got the Lord there on the top side, you also got the mid lane that Thailand still has to control, as Indonesia will possibly go in for the full dive. You have the Matilda, you also have Ka here on this U zone that is on a rampage earlier on. But if you take a look at the items right now before the clash, you see Lois has already secured in the Malefic Roar, so that will be additional physical penetration. But you can't deny the items that Indonesia has picked up as well. That is a lot of damage items onto Rian. So we can see that when it comes to the clashes, it will definitely be Indonesia that wins this one. Here comes Ka. Here comes Ka.
Black Dragon form will be casted, as Clint will take down Zanri in that clash, but Ka will pay for his own life as he couldn't sustain the damage dealt. But he actually killed Lois there in the final clash. Demonic Force will not be enough to bring down Rian, actually forcing him to
3 down.
win, but
3 men down.
will be able to take him down. 3 down for the side of Thailand, for 1 casualty for the side of Indonesia. Circling eagle until the base, but luckily the was able to sustain everything, as the GG push will now commence here. Is he trying to clear out the lane? But
they're
not
going for the
enough.
base. Brad is
And
going for the
they're still
base.
going for the base as Indonesia takes down again Thailand to secure their spot here in the semifinals for the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia. Indonesia shocking the whole region right now as they take the former tyrant of Group B down 3-0. This isn't one game, guys. It's actually one game today, but the last time they played, Indonesia was able to sweep them 2-0 thanks to Esmeralda's Kaz Esmeralda, but now thanks to Kaz Yuzhong.
Oh dear. Indonesia really pulling out a lot of surprises every day. Really, Ka, you take out the Esmeralda, he says we still have the Yuzhong. And Ka, really, I mentioned this earlier, when it comes to lane phase, he really was dominating up against Sasaki, and right after that he was able to rotate all around the map. But I also do have to commend our MVP for this game, Nonkia, being really fearless on this Matilda 3-2-7. Did you see all the dives, all the circling eagles that he did to be able to get the final kill? This was not what Thailand wanted, but definitely Indonesia, they are rocking every day as they close this game in the 12-minute mark, 11-7 up against Thailand. Once again, a great start for the Indonesian team. Something that a lot of us didn't expect based on stats, but they are proving us wrong. We still have one more game, if I'm not mistaken, Ingen. Do we still have one more game for the
I think
tiebreaker?
this is the tiebreaker.
Oh,
is
this is
only
it.
Best of one. So they were
dear.
able to secure a place of this spot for the semifinals to go up against Philippines, Myanmar, and Vietnam. Thailand was supposed to be included in the picture, but Indonesia says no, shuts down the door, shuts down the entrance. Nope, we're taking your spot. I do have to commend Nonkia there. That was a beautiful. The first time he casted Circling Eagle was to take down Izzy's Paquito. Now the last Circling Eagle was actually funny. You know, following that Kagura right up until the base. BK, that's how you zone.
Yeah.
You make sure they go home to the base. Oh my gosh, that was a beautiful game. A lot of fast games, but you know, despite the fast games, the intensity, the ferocity, and of course the excitement was still there and was proven to be shown here in the Razer Invitational Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I did not expect that. A lot of zoning from the side of Indonesia and the way they controlled the map. I did point that out in the mid-game that Thailand still has the equalizer, the tower creep. Unfortunately enough, they weren't able to do that, giving the map control to Indonesia. And right after that, it was so easy for Indonesia to do the pick-offs, easy for them to even get the objectives like the turtle and like the lord. Therefore, Thailand really, it was just a ticking time bomb for them, even though the match ended quite early. But of course, yeah, it is going to be a best out of one. I actually thought it was going to be a best out of two. So I was like, oh, Thailand, come back stronger. But yeah, come back stronger, definitely, for the next invitational. But, you know, you cannot deny their dominance as well. So Thailand, it was still a good game. Well played for you guys. A fantastic run. But Indonesia continuously is surprising us here in the invitational. But once again, Ingen, I feel like we have to call Miss Aya Esmaria back here because I totally wasn't prepared for a best out of one. It's actually it's Indonesia that's going to the semis. Wow. Yeah, let's go, Miss Aya to the screen. There.
Oh my goodness! I just blinked and the game was done. That was, I mean, it was 12 minutes, but it was pretty quick. Like, everything happened so fast. I didn't know Indonesia was already the winner for this. Again, a best out of one. Just one game. It only took them one game. And it showed so much prowess and consistency in the part of Indonesia. Since when I mentioned before, Indonesia wasn't doing so well in the earlier performances against other regions. But that deal was broken during their first fight against Thailand. I think that was somewhere in day 4, or I forgot which day was it, but they got a clean sweep, a 2-0 against Thailand. And now there's a tiebreaker. It's Thailand versus Indonesia again. Indonesia wins still. Like, the consistency in that, and you know, it's difficult with coming up against different powerhouses every time, getting that win would be more and more challenging. But Indonesia is just showing they can do it, repeat it time and time again. So respect. And looks like Indonesia is coming towards the semis here, guys. And we're gonna do more tiebreakers this week because we are now again entering the semis. And for the sake of those who just came in the chat, let's just give you a recap for what happened today. First series, it's Philippines versus Laos with we have the standings here. Actually, can we ask the casters to like elaborate to us the standings for the MLBB in the Razer C Invitational? I was just going to give like a summary, but maybe they could dive into the details of that better. So BK and
Okay.
Eden, join me here.
Yeah, the standings
yeah.
just got really rattled up, Aya and Ingen. Like we had our own like bets based. This is just solely, guys, based on the performance that they had in the round robin
Yeah.
stages. So we were just really basing it off that. But I mean, I really did not expect that. I mean, Thailand. I'm such a fan of like contemporary picks, so I was like, okay, Thailand. They might bring up something new, right? They've gone up against Indonesia once, but now surprising us. Indonesia getting the tiebreaker. And as for today, it has been a day of clean sweeps, a day of fast games. But let's take a look at the showdown standings. Philippines and Vietnam standing on top of the group stages, of course, followed by Myanmar. And surprisingly, Indonesia are second place, like from fourth place up until second place. Their journey here in the Invitational was just a spectacular and inspiration to people who are like losing hope that you can't make it in life, but you actually can, guys. You actually can. Take a look at Indonesia. They did very, very well here. They won 2 times. They lost 1 time, but still, with the points adding up, they skyrocketed up the charts. So, wow. All I can say is be prepared, really.
Be very prepared, not very scared. Be very prepared, because nothing's gonna happen if you're just scared. You have to be prepared. All right, so you don't get scared. And even though these Titans are really a force to reckon with, and wow, it's just like snowballed from there. Actually, I have a question for both of you. Did you ever expect the outcome for the tiebreaker that Indonesia would come out the victor, or did you have like a little bit of reservations that Thailand could put this in the bag? What about you, Ingen? Like, what are your thoughts about this?
I actually didn't have a
curious.
bias, because although I was leaning towards to Indonesia since they were able to sweep down Thailand to a 2-0 clean sweep, I knew Thailand could always bounce back right away, especially, Lois, Hasaki's been performing great, as well as Flash 1 with the counter picks with that Eudora, with that Kagura. No, that Saber Assassin. Thailand continues to surprise us with a lot of surprise picks. So I was actually hoping for a longer game because it's 2 Titans. I mean, 2 Titans clashing.
Yeah.
It deserves to have a
Right.
longer game. But despite the game, ending
was
fast,
great.
it was still a good showing. There were a lot of counter clashes on the side of Thailand. Hasaki was there doing incredible things, zoning out a lot of members from Indonesia. But Indonesia reigned supreme. There were just too much to handle. Nungkia, as well as Maida Brand and Rian. All credit goes to the whole team for the side of Indonesia. You are just, they're just continuing to hang on to their momentum coming from the 2-0 sweep against Thailand. And now a 3-0 sweep for the side of Indonesia.
And
Yeah,
I
just
thought
skyrocketing.
and I honestly thought they're just going to sustain the games longer since these are 2 powerhouses.
Yeah.
But that was actually a quick game. And if Thailand has Lois, Indonesia has Ka, what are your thoughts, BK, about their expectations for this tiebreaker?
Yeah, I
Did you see
actually
that
was gonna.
yourself? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have to go with Ingen on this one. Like, I agree. Like with Indonesia's performance in the past few days, I was really expecting perhaps that outcome. But as for Thailand, I really wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. Like they were the ones who pioneered the uncontemporary picks here. Not just the Philippines, even Thailand. I mean, rocking a Eudora, a Saber mid lane, that's just I mean, it's a competition, right? So the fact that they are so bold, so fearless to bring those out was actually very, very much commendable. But you also have to commend really Indonesia in this one. Really
Yeah.
surprised us all here. I did not expect that outcome, and like you, I actually expected it to be a little bit longer, really. But I think that was a 12-minute match, if I'm not. Wow,
Yeah, 12
really,
minutes. That's
12
correct.
minutes.
And like
You know,
yeah, go ahead, Ian.
I just have to say, although Thailand didn't make it to the semifinals, Thailand was able to
Mm.
solidify and make a mark here in the
Ah.
in the
Yeah.
invitational. They actually, like BK mentioned, they actually started the unconventional counter picks with that Eudora and that Saber, and they actually also started to bring back
Very
the
smart.
Granger core, which
Yeah.
almost all regions here started to copy. I mean, after they pull out that Granger core along with that Saber mid. That was actually one game that Granger core and Saber mid. A lot of countries started copying their strategy. So although you lost, you didn't make it to the semifinals, you pioneered the meta here
Yeah.
in the Razer Invitational
Wow.
Southeast Asia. So props to you, Thailand. And Flash One, you have a good fan here. I love you, Flash One. And of course,
Yeah. Yeah. I
Still
just
have-
want to say that Flash One, I completely forgot. Like, if you are a fan of Flash One, I think his old IGN was actually Flash Crazy One. Yeah, it was Flash Crazy One. Like when I saw his IGN, I was like, oh, he changed the Flash, just Flash One. But before it was like Flash Crazy One. But those were back in the days where he just spammed the Eudora in tournaments, and it just worked so well. Yeah, so he really owns up to the name Flash and Crazy. But right now it's just Flash One, guys. So wow, I
Flash and
have
just
to commend them.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Like very fast in the thinking there. I mean, how they were able to turn things around for their favor. So I think I would still love to commend both Thailand and Indonesia, and hats off to both countries for performing so well in the Razer C Invitational. And I think this is like one of the reasons why Razer is doing this, because we wanted to prepare, like it's a boot camp of some sort that
Yeah.
these they can rise to the top, and they can become the best players that they can be. So tomorrow's another day, and can you give us like a glimpse of what's gonna happen tomorrow, or who's going to duke it out with who, the matchups in the lineup?
It is still not going to be the semifinals, but if I'm not mistaken, there will be matches for Brunei. I'm seeing Brunei,
Mhm.
Laos.
Okay.
The Philippines also will be playing tomorrow, as well as Myanmar. So we can expect to see those teams. Go head to head tomorrow. So watch out for that. If I did mention the teams, stay tuned tomorrow. Aya, if I'm not mistaken, same time, same place still. If you are watching
Yes.
this on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook, we welcome you back tomorrow. But for now, I feel like everyone is just. I feel like today is pretty light because
Mhm.
we've had a lot of
Yeah.
clean sweeps, a lot of fast games as well.
And the last match was just a best of one, since that was a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see more of that for this week. So you guys better stay tuned. So for now, that is it. I mean, don't miss us too much, but we have to wrap up day number 10. Yeah, we're on the 10th day of the Razer C Invitational, and we gotta give Ian and BK the rest that they need and deserve, because tomorrow it's another day, a new day. Here we go with my song again. A new day, a new fight. Thank you so much to our Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. We are all using it right now, and it has been an amazing companion doing the show with you, doing the live broadcast with these amazing casters. So I hope you guys had a blast. And there's still more tomorrow. Again, BK is right, 3 p.m. onwards, same time, same place, Team Razer Facebook page. And special thanks to Razer and Tier 1 Entertainment for making this happen. Once again, this has been Aya is Maria and the awesome, unstoppable duo, Ingen and Burger Kim. We'll see you guys back again tomorrow. Good night, folks!
Night, guys.